what happened. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. Get the stuff out of the way early. That's how I like it. What is up, fellow geeks? Super Geek Girl here. And welcome back to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Yes, my voice has completely recovered. Yeah. All right. Just get the stuff out of the way. Let's get the stuff out of the way, folks. I have recovered from my, hello, my mic's over here. I've recovered from my 12-hour stream on Thursday. I'm back in peak fighting condition, and we're ready to get some voice acting underway. And we are completing, hopefully, gonna complete Rise from the Ashes today. We only have 1 day of investigation and 1 trial left to go, and then we will hopefully finish off the first Ace Attorney game, and then we'll see where we go from there. We sure about that? Yes, we're sure about it. I'm gonna finish it today, guys. I'm gonna finish it. Maybe, possibly. We'll see. I don't know. Anyway, hello to everyone already in the chat. Hello, Stumpy. Hello, Spiral. Great to see you guys. But you know, if I'm gonna be voice acting, I might as well get my microphone. Hey! Oh wow, it's way too high. 1 minute. Let's bring the mic down just a touch, shall we? There we go. That's better. Oh boy. Avatar is still looking nice. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Spiral. Yes, if you guys missed it, I'm a VTuber now. Woo! Let's go. And I will continue to sing his praises because he did an amazing job. The wonderful Stumpy Knight is responsible for my new model art. He did a fantastic job on SGG 2.0. Everybody go thank him because he's a wonderful, good bean and deserves it. But one of the beauties about having a VTuber is I can do prompts and shit now, so hey! A part of me will miss the old Avatar. Yeah, I actually spoke about that on Tuesday, how I would kind of miss, how I'd miss the old one. But she may make a comeback. She may be an alternate costume down the road somewhere. No promises, but she might show up every now and again. But yeah, here we go. Let's go defend our boyfriend from a murder charge again. All right, day 3 investigation. Here we go. Now if I could just remember all these voices that I came up with. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Oh yeah, that's right. Emma came through for us, except she kind of didn't. Come on, Mike. Stay put, please. Stay put, please. Okay, there we go. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Right, so in case you guys forgot, last time it was revealed that the case that this particular case is revolved around, SL9, was in fact a series of serial killings committed by, I believe his name was Joe Dark, I think is what his name was. And Emma Sky and Lana Sky were chief witnesses in that particular case. Edgeworth was the prosecutor. And basically everybody that we've spoken with on the witness stand was involved in the case in one way or another. And we got the bombshell of a revelation last time that evidence had been forged in order for Joe Dark to get the guilty verdict. SGG, I finally get you on the RE boys because the SF ladies got... You get it now! You get it now, don't you? Especially Cammy. Yo, Cammy fine though. Cammy fine though, for real. But you get me though. You get it now. You get it. we stand attractive fictional characters in this chat. We stand dreamy video game men and dreamy video game ladies in this stream, guys. We all stand yeah. If there was ever a good excuse for the gimme emoji, that would be that. We stand Cammy. Yeah, Cammy's great. We love our British Street Fighter. She's lovely. I'm not sure what I think about the haircut, but everything else is on point. On point. By the way, should point out, Stumpy Knight also did the new emotes for the channel as well. So he been doing overtime on my channel. So yay! Thank you, Stumpy.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
It's alright, Phoenix. It's not the first time you've been out of the loop, honey.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file.
Oh god, Emma, what did they... Emma, baby, what did they do to you?
Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, he was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. I mean, I kinda did, but wow! Poor Emma! Poor Emma! Oh, sweetheart! Oh no! Oh no! I mean, thank God you're okay, but oh
no! It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too.
Oh no!
Yeah, pretty much. Thank you, Snuppy. Pretty much.
There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man comes bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. And suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture? Yeah, the channel rewards are on a tiny bit of a delay just because I got a lot more stuff going up than normal. I'm running like 3 different programs in the background to get this VTuber stuff up and going. But thank you for the stretch and the hydrate spiral. I will do that right now. Thank you very much. There we go. I do still need to stay hydrated. My voice is pretty much recovered from my stream on Thursday, but I do have a voice acting session on Tuesday, so I need to take care of the instrument. So what happened after the incident?
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No. I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth? Oh, God! Again! Stop using fake evidence, you guys! Someone's going to lose their job at some point because of this! Also, hello, Zelda NPC. Welcome to the chat. Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Glad you made it here today.
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault.
So the rumors about Edgeworth were starting way back when. Hello, Lightning SRP! Welcome to the chat! Great to see you today, sir! Good to see you guys! Thank you all for coming by!
If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened!
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did. Especially not to Emma. Oof, this is rough. This is rough. Oh boy. Alright, talk about this permanent picture. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I would become a scientific investigator. I wouldn't be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Okay, so now we know why she wanted to become a forensic person. She wanted concrete proof of what she saw. Yikes. What is it with everybody in this game having, hella tragic backstories? The worst thing that happened to Phoenix is, he got accused of some lunch money, but friggin' Miles lost his dad in a horrific accident. Not an accident, a horrific murder. Emma saw somebody die right in front of her. Maya lost her mom tragically. Everyone in this game has trauma. And I want to fix it so bad because I love them all. Let's talk about It's a D&D. Yeah, it's everyone's backstory. And maybe this is just me playing too much Baldur's Gate 3 or watching too much Baldur's Gate 3 in my spare time, but I have kind of thought about a D&D alternate universe for this. Just shows how much of a dork I am. I'll get into that later, probably, maybe never. Something puzzling, let's go. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, well, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. Wait, what? That's news to me! Dude, you really... Phoenix, baby, you really gotta read your case briefings. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Yes, let's go do that right now. February 24th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Hello, Lana. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems like I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty! Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. So, alright, so... Yeah, that is kind of interesting, because, like, if I recall correctly, like, everybody else who was involved with the SL9 incident, they got transferred to, like, menial freaking jobs, but Lana shot straight up to the, chief prosecutor's office. So, yeah, I'm worrying, I'm concerned about that myself. Let's find out. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one, 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I suspected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial... It really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what had happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana! I don't understand! Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. Who? It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes.
Oh, that was Lana, excuse me.
He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
Yeah, I would. So I guess, okay, so that explains why Lana got such a cushy position, because she and Gant were partners. I guess that explains that.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us.
So she, okay. That's starting to come together for me now.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were
I cannot talk.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers when Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. So let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
That's right. That's what Marshall was saying. Is he didn't believe it was over yet.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder.
Oh man. Okay, so there we go. So that's what happened. All right. Well, with all that, I missed valuable secrets. No, it's fine. Sorry, my contacts are kind of bugging me. I have to wear contacts so that I get the eye tracking correct on my model. I was thinking Starfield, Mass Effect, and Knights of the Old Republic are high sci-fi operas. Baldur's Gate is high fantasy. Cyberpunk is futuristic RPG. Are there any modern urban fantasy high-end RPGs? You know, that's a good question. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I don't know how modern it is, but maybe Disco Elysium? Call of Duty Modern Warfare. That is not an RPG! It may have RPGs in it, but it's not an RPG, dude. I would say probably the closest you would come to something like that would be Disco Elysium. But even that's not like... I mean, I guess you could call it modern. It is in a completely different world, as it were, but that would probably be the closest thing I would think to something like that. Really good game from what I understand. I tried it a little bit, and I honestly didn't really care for it myself, but I don't know. It wasn't for me. Closest I can think of is Vampires the Masquerade. Ah, okay. Never touched the vampire game, so couldn't really tell you anything about that. All right, let us move to the police department. February 24th, police department entrance. Oh, hey there, Marshall. How you doing, buddy?
Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus.
Say, where are you headed?
Well, just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
Alright, let's see here. No offense for accusing you. Yeah, no, he's remarkably chill for the fact that we were accusing him of murder yesterday. Let's see. Stream is fine? Yeah, stream's okay. Why? What's going on? Something goofy? Let's talk to him. Let's talk about the Dark Trial. Whoops. There we go.
Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It weren't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon.
Whoa, okay.
However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
Yeah, we still don't know exactly what the forged evidence was.
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
The stream had a lot of buffering and you're about a minute ahead of us? Oh dear. Okay, I mean, my connection looks fine on my end. Yeah, everything looks fine on my end, so... Not really sure what's going on there. Sorry, I'll look into it after the... Actually, I think I might know what'll help. Hang on one moment. Okay, there we go. Hopefully the stream will catch up now. I had to open my door to, maybe get better internet signal? I don't know. Internet's weird. Alright, Prosecutor Marshall, what you got for us?
Well, I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor?
Oh, did he get that stupid trophy?
You mean the...
King of Prosecutors.
I knew it!
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
Well, that's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
Can confirm, you're about a minute ahead of us. Oh dear. Okay, yeah, something went screwy with the buffering. Sorry guys. I'm not sure what I can do to, to remedy that, but, Alright, well, just keep me posted, guys. It's getting better? Okay, just bear with me, guys. It'll straighten itself out. Welcome to Scuff Sundays.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
Yay, computer networking.
Okay, John Red. He does kind of look like John Redcord a little bit. I didn't want to say nothing, but yeah, he does kind of. I mean, he's way more. He's way more cowboy coded than John Redcord is, but he does kind of have a little bit of that vibe.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, well, if they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky.
Oh. Yeah, they made out fine, but everybody else got shafted.
The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yep. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left.
Huh?
Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant.
I knew it! I knew it! I knew he was up to no good! I knew it! Something in the eyes! It was the eyes! The eyes! I'm telling you! I knew it! Oh, I want to punch him so hard!
Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
Oh, wow. Goodbye, Marshall. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. But I totally knew it. I totally knew that Gant was up to no good. Ah! I was super right. My friend pointed out fictional tastes regarding female characters are all masculine. Oh, no. Oh, no. I think we've come to a realization in the chat. My first crushes were She-Hulk and Sailor Jupiter, and then later adding in Uranus. I didn't get subtext at that age. Thought she had a real... Oh, my God. The cousin thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay, to be fair, I didn't understand it either. I super get it now. Obviously, we all do, but... Why go with cousins? Why go with cousins? The South, we already have... we already have a bad reputation in the South. We don't need that. We don't need that extra... We don't need that extra, confirmation bias. Ugh. Anyway. Of course he was bad. You give him a Russian accent. And you see? I instinctively knew. And his name is Damon. That's just an evil freaking sounding name. And he had, like, boss music. He had boss music when he appeared, you guys. If that does not scream bad guy, I don't know what does. Like, it was so freaking obvious. I'm gonna punch his stupid face in next time I see him. I'm gonna punch his face in the courtroom if I could. The South, where ancestry and Bruh! No. I have a friend who lives in Alabama. Please don't. She's gonna kill me if she ever sees this. Oh my god. Alright, moving on. Let's go to the Criminal Affairs Department. Oh god. Christine, if you ever see this, I'm so sorry. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Alright, here we go. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, and okay, here he is.
Oh, if you are looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Thanks.
Wow. Oh, I'm sorry, it's this guy. Wow, he actually talked to us. I forgot, this dude here is the chief of police, not Gant. My bad.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on here than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word that's usually used for those, though. Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Wait, really? You mean it's, like, okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Oh, hey, you're right! You can't go in there! It's off limits!
Ugh. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm from.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office!
They are extremely lax in this police department in undisclosed completely American city. I think somebody said that it's supposed to be based off of LA, but I don't see it. Alright, let's move on to the chief's office then. Oh my god, what the hell? Why has he got a big dumb organ? What the hell? That's so stupid! Oh my god! Okay, I do actually have to close the door because I can hear my shouts echoing from downstairs. 1 minute. Oh, sorry, my model freaked out for a minute. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen! Okay. You know what this reminds me of? I love Japan's version of every place they interpret. Yes, 100%. Okay, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Chief Extra. Yeah. Oh my god, like, just straight up told us that he's the bad guy. You know who has organs in their offices? The bad guys do! They're usually sitting there playing them as the heroes come in! Oh my god, that's so dumb. But you know, as I was trying to say, this reminds me of the police station from RE2. How it has all this crazy clandestine stuff in it, and it's like, no, it's fine. And the police chief is all quirky, and he bought all this crazy stuff with his bribe money. It's like, no, just Capcom, just say you wanted to put weird stuff in the police station and leave it at that. It's fine. It's fine. We'll roll with it. Leon and Claire are hot enough to carry the story. We'll roll with it. It's fine. Even he's honing his inner Ganondorf. Yeah. Even Ocarina of Time had Ganondorf playing his own theme on an organ. I forgot about that! You're super right! Oh boy, I'm gonna
if I can, because I'm not good at drawing like big muscular characters. I'm gonna draw Gant playing this stupid organ at some point because it's really dumb. It's really dumb and I hate it. Oh, I love this game. It's so fun. There it is! There it is! There's the boss music! He's even got stained glass! He's got stained glass and everything! That's so stupid! What the hell? Whoa! Where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach.
No one did that.
I thought I was a... God, jeez! I never could remember where C was.
I like the Twilight Princess final dungeon. You had the Hyrule Castle theme, which slowly morphed into Ganon's theme as you ascended to the stuff. Oh! Dude, it's been so long since I've played Twilight Princess. I need to go back and look at that, because Twilight Princess is my favorite Zelda game. Like, hands down. It is my favorite, purely based on the style. What the fuck was the chief going down the... Was he going down the evil checklist when consulting with the interior decorator? Oh, yeah. He's like... No. I need pipe organ in office. You do not understand. It's vital to my work. Majora's Mask is good too. By the way, I do plan on playing Nintendo games somewhere in the future on this stream. I don't have a Nintendo capture card at the moment, but I do plan on getting one hopefully by the end of the year if they go on sale for cheap. So, be on the lookout for that. Uh-oh. We just summoned the boss. Hello, sir. And he's got a knight, of course. He has a knight. He has a suit of armor in his office, because why wouldn't he? Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Oh, that's important. So, righto. Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I have had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. Did you see that big picture on the wall over there? That is a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. But something's not right with this picture. Hey! Guys, take a look at the statue. There was not a sword on the statue when we saw it in Edgeworth's office, was there? And the tip of the sword is broken off too. I'm calling it! I am calling it right now! That is the real murder weapon, right there! That sword that used to be on the statue? That's the real murder weapon! I promise you that's the real murder weapon. It's got to be. I just solved this case! Give me my lawyer badge right now! I figured it out! Anyway, we'll see if I'm right later on. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. I just did, Phoenix! Listen to me! As if the fictional character can actually hear what I'm saying right now. Ugh. Gant team picture has been added to the court record. Oh, we are about to blow this case wide open.
We're about to blow this wide open, y'all. Are you gonna say anything, sir? Those long pauses that Gant does, like, really... Oh, you want Lana as a Valley Girl, too? Okay, we're doing double Valley Girls? Alright, you got it. SGGX, thank you very much, Spiral.
Anyway, I would like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock out Pierre, so let's go out together.
So he can ensure that nobody's there.
Oh, but this office was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. And now hurry up and get out! I have a meeting to attend.
Ooh, we just got the bum rush out of there.
Looks like we're not welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean, like, a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
Oh, man! Nah, we're going back in! We're going back in! We're giving it a try. Maybe we can bully this guy into letting us in. February 24th Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Or better yet, we can use our friend!
Oh, hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe! Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, any of you see Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire for both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court.
That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world out for his blood.
Yikes.
Oh no! Edgeworth! Why did bad things keep happening to our boyfriend? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about Edgeworth's crisis.
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, a prosecutor's responsible for the evidence they present in court. And not only that, but as you know, there've been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
I mean, with a personality like he's had, you would gain more than a few enemies, I imagine.
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies.
Young and talented, yep. If you're young and talented, the whole world is out to get you. That's how you become jaded and cynical 5 years later. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
Seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
Oh no! Edgeworth! I'm worried about him.
We'll talk about the SL9 incident, though. We'll talk with Edgeworth soon enough.
Actually, I took a look at the file area while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Some girl is right there, my dude. Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see, I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. I forget. Hey, look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
All right, let's do it. Not that murder weapon. This murder weapon. Oh, I have to present it. I'm remembering how this works. Take a look at this, buddy.
About this.
Oh, hey, is that...
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Well, now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When he showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick! Before you forget again!
All right. What was it? What was the incriminating piece of evidence? Oh, I forgot one.
Let's see, Joe Doc was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take the serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit somebody with his car.
With his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yeah. But it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who was on a second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and he was killed as well. And finally, he turned himself in.
Oh my god, this guy is like terrible. Look. You kill, oh my god, like you kill 5 people to cover up one murder. That is a absurdly high body count. Like, I watch a lot of murder mysteries. It's very rare that the body count gets up to 5 or 6 actually, 6 people. It's rare that the body count gets up that high. I think I've only seen like maybe one murder mystery, maybe possibly 2 murder mysteries, and all the ones that I've watched where the body count gets that high. That is absurd. No wonder he was called a serial killer.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily, Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma.
All right. Let's talk about the murder weapon.
This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store we bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, You'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Oh yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body.
Oh, so, but I imagine if we get an autopsy report on Neil, it'll show that it doesn't match. It's actually from the statue. I'm still calling it. I'm still saying the statue is the murder weapon.
It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet. Down to the last fiber.
Maybe not. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report was added. Stabbed in the back. Died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. KRT, you okay there, buddy? There's just a... Oh, okay, cat. Gotcha. I was just about to ask if that was the cat. Pumpkin says hello. Tell Pumpkin I said hi back. And the switchblade knife has been updated. The broken tip was found in the victim's body and it belonged to Joe Dark.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay.
Come on, Gumshoe, come through for us, buddy.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh, was it?
Interesting. I didn't realize that. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe was our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
I don't think we've got anything on us that would change his mind.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not anything obvious anyway.
Yeah, no, look, guys, look at this, look at the statue. It doesn't have the sword anymore. It doesn't have the sword anymore. I was totally right. I was super right. Oh, I love it. I love it when I'm right. It's such a rare feeling. All right, I think it's about time we have a chat with Edgeworth. Let's go talk to Edgeworth. Underground parking lot. Oh, I guess we have one more scene with Angel. Oh, I guess not.
No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow.
For anyone curious, here's the Hyrule Castle Ganon theme I referred to earlier. Awesome! Thanks, KRT. I'll go check it out after the stream. Much appreciated, sir. All right. Let's go talk to Edgeworth.
February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Uh-oh. What were you writing, Edgeworth? Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Aw, cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. I am too. We all are. We're all rooting for Edgeworth. Let's all root for Edgeworth. Go, Edgeworth, go! That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
Alright, let's talk about the forged evidence. I'm worried what this is gonna be, but let's see.
There is no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to. And nothing I do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified?
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth?
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Alright, tomorrow's trial. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me.
It's called caring about your friends! Or boyfriend in this case. But it's called caring about another human being, Edgeworth. Get used to it! You have people who care about you now, so it's gonna happen a lot more!
To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial!
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. Where's the rest of the evidence? Where's the rest of the list?
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Yeah. Okay, so we are gonna point it out to Edgeworth's gonna help us figure it out, I bet. Alright, day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this.
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah! Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yeah, we still don't know what the deal is with that screwdriver. What's the deal with the screwdriver?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
I don't know.
Why a screwdriver? What is the significance of AI-16?
Well, let's see if this gets us anywhere.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
Contradiction? What are you on about, dude? Why does he have a painting of his own suit? That is not a painting of his own suit. That is actually the jacket he wore when he originally started being a prosecutor. I have no idea why it's framed, but that's what he used to wear when he first started out. Also, hello, Talking Rake! Welcome to the chat! Great to see you! Thanks for stopping by!
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
But that wasn't a halberd, that was a sword. Those are different things. Those are different things. I've played enough fantasy games to know that a sword and a halberd are different things. Whatever, it's fine. Keep going. Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake.
Very well.
What is going on now?
Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Phoenix, calm down, baby. Calm down.
Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
I have no idea if that's true or not, but that's an okay story. That's okay. That's fine. Can you imagine Phoenix at a fast food joint and wanting to change his orders? Oh, that just popped into my head. That's so good. That is so good. Oh, I just thought of another doodle I'm doing after this stream. Thank you very much, Spiral. Oh.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant. Yes, this confirms it. He had it changed because he killed him with the sword. Ah!
Oh, man. King of Prosecutors trophy has been updated. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form.
Except it's not a halberd, it's a sword.
I'm gonna forever be fussy about that. I've played too much Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate to not know what the difference between a halberd and a sword is. That does tickle me though. That is good. I think I'd like some fries. Hold it!
Make it a shake instead.
Oh, my voice cracked on hold it. Alright, first off, what were you throwing away, sir? I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edward was sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Uh-oh.
Hey!
Oh no! Cue awkward flirting. This is not gonna end well. This is not gonna end well for us, is it? Time to look awkward in front of our crush. Here we go. Hey, Edgeworth. Oh, God. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh, no! He's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look!
What? Letter of...
Oh! Letter of resignation? Is that how you're gonna finish that? If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth! You don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of this is your fault!
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something! This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
That's not what she meant!
Phoenix, that's not what she meant! She meant stop him from resigning, you fool!
Edgeworth's discarded letter of resignation. He's serious.
Oh no!
Don't resign! It's gonna be so much more boring without you! Alright, I guess that's it. Anything else we can talk about? No. Okay. Edgeworth, don't resign! We all love you! Move to the underground parking lot. I don't want to lose Edgeworth. I don't want Edgeworth to resign. Unless he decides to like help us instead. I really like Edgeworth. He's probably my favorite character in this whole franchise. I mean, there's tons of there are a million characters I have not met yet. I understand that. But so far Edgeworth is my favorite.
I am a sucker for the jackasses with hearts of gold. That is my big trope. That is my big swoon factor. February 24, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Who? What? Oh, it's you.
Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, ain't ya? Kinda like the first person who...
What? I am not saying the rest of that because I don't want evidence of me saying that on the internet. Thank you.
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Alright. Let's see if we can get some more info out of you, ma'am. She really doesn't make a lot of sense, this character. I don't get her. I don't get her at all.
Joe Doc. That's a name I'll not soon forget.
They're getting as much use as they can out of these cutscenes, aren't they?
We trailed him for half a year. Ugh, the pressure! Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Skye.
My sister?
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo.
Lana
And Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Doc got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have proof anything illegal was done.
She just admitted to falsifying evidence! I'd say that's pretty illegal. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then, Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
She was Gant's pawn, I imagine.
Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence?
You mean... Oh yeah, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yeah, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she'd lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Star.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
There are some very strong, complicated feelings going on here.
It's weird how she hates her so much. Well, I mean, I can sort of understand where she's coming from. She was betrayed by somebody that she admired greatly. That kind of betrayal, that really sits with a person. So I kind of get where Angel's coming from on this.
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief.
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then, no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean... that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
There we go. There we go. Not really. She forged evidence to ensure Angel's fiance's brother's killer got his comeuppance. Fiance? Where'd you get fiance from? They were co-workers, weren't they? Did I just completely gloss over something and completely miss it?
But how can he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Aren't she and Marshall fiancés, or at least together? That's why she makes partial steak lunches for Marshall. No, I don't think they were ever together. I mean, she has several boyfriends all throughout the police department. Well, I mean, I guess it's possible Marshall could have been one of her boyfriends. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and look now. I'm not sure anymore. I'm not sure anymore. Oh no. All right. Let's see if we can go back and oh, you know what? That letter of resignation might be enough to convince Gumshoe to put his neck on the line for Edgeworth.
Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ!
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh! that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office. Period. It'd be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
I think I know what'll change his mind. Gumshoe, we're about to lose Edgeworth. Help us!
Hey, what's this scribbled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious!
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they've pushed him this far!
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But...
Here, take my ID card.
Yes! Yes! Go, Gumshoe!
We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Hey, look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least, let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake!
Yes! Yes! Gumshoe! This is as close to a big damn hero moment as he's gonna get!
All right, Detective. Thank you.
Gumshoe's ID is tucked swiftly into our pockets. Yes! Gumshoe! Gumshoe, you're awesome! We love you! All right, let's check out that chief's office and let's go get this jerk. February 24th, Police Department Chief's Office.
Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now,
Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Ah!
sorry. I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost!
She smacked him.
Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So, I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card?
Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Oh boy. Oh boy. I wonder if the marshal guy fell on the knight's lance. Knight's lance? Oh. Ooh, possibly. Possibly, Stumpy. Possibly.
Hey! Don't do that to my card! I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So, I figured I'd have a look around myself. And besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
And not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. All right, let's talk to Gumshoe real quick, and then we'll check out the office.
by the window. That's where the lightning struck. Yeah, no.
Oh, that's a really good point.
All right, we'll check it out in just a moment, but that's a really good idea.
That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yeah, that's where I was waiting for Lana.
On that day, 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
It's also in the picture, so it's got to be important.
Yeah! I think you're right. I think you're totally right. Yeah, no, there it is. There it is. It's right there in the picture. Okay, I gotta pay attention next time they do that cutscene, that flash of lightning. I gotta pay attention.
Hey, can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? 'Cause it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... Nah. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go with that.
Oops, sorry. This side is starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
He's a punk-ass bitch! That's what we think of him!
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Oh, believe me, I have plenty to say about Mr. Gant. I have plenty to say about Mr. Gant. Alright, let's check this out.
This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons?
Stretch! Thank you very much. Talking Rake. That was Talking Rake. Thank you very much, Talking Rake. I appreciate it.
It sure is, pal. The chief don't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
Save my game? Alright, thank you, Stumpy, I will. Game saved.
What? You mean we're paying for this?
You're a high school student. You don't pay taxes, honey.
That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay. Thank you, Phoenix.
Shh, careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Hey, cut it out! You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
Okay, so there's definitely something sus about this armor.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here...
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Oh, really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh.
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window.
Anything in the desk?
Wow, look at the size of Chief Scant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant!
He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence. Oh, the missing part of the evidence list.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective.
What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Evidence list. List of the evidence in SL9 was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got.
I don't know why, but this Gant guy gives me JP vibes. Could you be a little more specific, Spiral? What do you mean by JP vibes?
Oh, is there more on the desk? Let me check out the desk. JP from Street Fighter. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Wow.
Okay. Okay, just making sure. It's the same thing as last time. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open up.
A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what that is. I got it. I mean, this is pretty obvious.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. And you want to try my birth date? It's...
I don't care, sir. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Yep, 7 sevens. Code confirmed. Easiest job ever. Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777, the final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
Well, you mean... 7777777, that ID number?
I think you're 1 7 shy this time. That is a horrible password. Yeah, it's about as bad as password for a password. This can only mean one thing. This is Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Oh, you bet. Oh, you bet. What's he hiding in here?
Is there any money in there? How much is he assessed away?
Look! It's
A shot from a broken cup?
I know where that goes. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? The evidence room. He had the last piece of the vase. The thing that broke.
There's something else in here too.
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Oh, hey! I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? this is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shot from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them.
How are these two items related to
To the SL9 incident.
Come on! There's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Okay, well, we'll check that out in a moment. I'm still checking this room out, so 1 second.
The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold.
Grow up, SGG.
Occasionally, we can hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
That's on the 2nd floor. And this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building!
And when the detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours.
That's cruel and unusual punishment! This police station is so bullshit!
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally.
But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's beside the point. This police department is so bullshit. It's so stupid. Alright, let's check out Lana's desk. This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
Nope. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her? Or in memory of the crime? Good question. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
Aw, she kept it.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Doc. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? Okay, is that everything? Let's check the other window.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that!
Jeez, Phoenix. Alright, I think that's everything. So now... we need to slide over to where Gumshoe is. Alright. Let's start with the jar. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
Oh, I remember when the three of us put back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
Oh, that's right. One of the shots had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
Oh, you mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one! That was in the safe.
There you go, buddy.
Well, now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at it.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Alright, so all I gotta do is just... Oh. Wait, come on. There we go. Figured it out. There! It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But...
Hey, guys! Get a load of this!
what is it?
This piece you just attached? It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line? That's blood!
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Evidence from the SL9 incident. The final fragment was found in Chief Gant's safe with blood traces on it. What does it mean? Alright, as far as that other bit, fingerprinting set. Let us take fingerprints on that piece of cloth. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Oh, hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
All right, go to town. Shh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hands like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
Gumshoe, baby, we love you, but the grown-ups are talking, okay?
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth, then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. All right, let's get this over with. But it's not working. It's not working. I'm hitting the enter key. Why isn't it working? What's going on? Why isn't the thing working? Oh, wait, is this something that I have to... Yeah, all right, shut up. It's fine. Seems like we do need bright spots. Leave me alone! It's been a while since I've had to do this! I think I have to actually equip the thing first, don't I? Oh, boy. There we go. I had to actually select the part that I wanted to dust. See, it works now. We're fine. I'm regretting commissioning that dumb emote now. Dust. Make it look like a Windows 98 screensaver. Okay, more down here. And... Whew! Ba-boom! Got it. Alright, let's see. Oh, it doesn't match Gant. That's a surprise. Nope. No. Nope. That's close, but... Wait, Emma? That's Emma's? Emma, why are your fingerprints here? Match found. Oh no. Oh no. No, Emma! No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad.
I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Guys, I just had a really awful thought. What if it was actually Emma who killed Neil, like by a mistake, and that's why Lana was trying to forge the evidence and get Dark framed? It was actually Emma who killed him. What if that's what happened? What if that's what happened? Oh no. Oh no. We're about to put a 16-year-old in jail, aren't we? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Emma. Oh, Emma.
Psst. Hey, you! Over here! What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing on the inside of the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? It bears Emma Sky's prints. Oh, or you know what? Maybe this is what Gant had over Lana. Yes, yes! No, that's it! That's it! He found Emma's fingerprints, and that's what he's using to keep Lana doing his bidding. Okay, so we're not sending a 16-year-old to jail. Thank goodness.
Well, was there any hope?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Uh-oh. We're about to be given the bum rush again. Hi, Gant. Hello.
Isn't that right? You and the cult. Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I am a man who believes in science. As I was walking through my meeting, I happened to look out the window and see a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the court. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir! Now, get out! Yes, sir!
We'll be on our way too then.
Wait. You, the one without this spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
You leave Emma alone!
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You, with the spiky hair. You are free to go.
That's right.
I like your accent. Thank you. Oh boy, this is bad. This is bad. Emma! Emma!
Hey, look, pal. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Well, yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it!
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why is she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, are you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I am very concerned about Emma. I'm really concerned about Emma, you guys. February 24th, Detention Center Visitors Room. I believe we gave Lana a new voice, if I'm correct. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning? It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. I love her, Valley Girl, thank you. I tried to make her more distinct from Emma. Also, I love that Edgeworth is talking to Lana about us. Calling us thick-headed when we know what he really means. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Alright, keeping quiet. Time to spill the beans, Lana. Wrong hat. Spiral! I wasn't gonna say it out loud! Sir! Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh my god. Oh wow, 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 wow. Oh boy. Alright, alright. Oh boy. I need to take a sip of water after that. I need to take several sips of water after that. Yeah, oh, I'm hydrating, believe me, I'm hydrating. Oh my god. Oh, that's not going away anytime soon. Okay, alright, let's all get back. This is a very serious part of the story. This is a very serious part of the story. Let's not let me shipping Phoenix Wright and Miles Edgeworth together get in the way of this very, very serious story. It's serious. It's serious time. Look at my serious face. Look at how serious I am. It's serious time. I look more tired than serious, but whatever, it's fine. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it. That there was no incriminating evidence. Emma and Lana are both Valley Girls. Yeah, man! They're Valley Girl sisters! That's why I thought it was perfect. Did you not do that on purpose? I've been doing a Valley Girl voice for Emma this whole time. Valley Girl sisters. Yes, I love it. I love it. It's super good. This is canon. This is their canon voices now. We're not changing these back.
That was totally on accident. I love it. I love it when a plan comes together.
You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you said? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? It's Gant. Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable. Ooh, burn. Then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you. But also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
I think I know just what to present. You want falsified evidence? I got a whole list worth of it.
I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate.
Like, totally.
Yeah.
This is like the most serious Valley Girl you've ever seen in your life. I mean, you know, it does fit though. It does fit. They're in LA. Supposedly it's LA, so why not? Why not Valley Girl chief prosecutors? Ooh, that's gonna come back to haunt me, isn't it?
Okay, although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected.
Legally Blonde. Oh my god, yes. You know, Legally Blonde is pretty much the same thing as Ace Attorney, but Legally Blonde but red. You know, they're pretty much the same thing. The two franchises are pretty much the same. A gorgeous bubblehead goes to law school to follow the man they love. Isn't that pretty much how it works? Isn't that pretty much how Legally Blonde works? Isn't that pretty much how this franchise works? It's the same thing. You can't tell me otherwise.
Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered
Detective Goodman.
Correct.
Legally Red, Elle's protege. Oh! Give me my Ace Attorney Legally Blonde crossover! Let's go! Let's go! Lawfully yellow. Lawfully yellow! Oh, that's good. That's good. That touche, sir. I love it. I love it. Oh my god. There's got to be a crossover between this somewhere out there. There's some fan out there who thought the same thing I did. There has to be. I'll go look it up later, probably.
I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife!
I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes. It seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident. About Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or, at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room?
Uh-oh.
Things are getting worse for us.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana,
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago.
To be continued. Okay, well then. We've got a doozy of a trial ahead of us. We're the worst attorneys ever. Our clients can't even tell us no. All right, so here's the deal. Normally, this is where I would call it. But I have promised that we were going to finish this trial today. And I intend to do so. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a brief break, a quick bathroom break, and also refill all my water. We'll be back in 5 minutes for the finale of Rise from the Ashes. So, stick around. We'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. Alright, here we go, boys and girls. Let us finish this trial. Let's put away this loser. Gonna save real quick, and here we go. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
This is the defendant lobby, all right. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes.
Hey, there he is!
Edgeworth!
Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 77's ID number, that is?
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it!
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth.
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. See you in court, right?
Oof. Is he gonna come through for us? Is Edgeworth gonna come through for us? I mean, he better.
This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
February 25th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Team up! Here we go! Code Unite! Alright, here we go, guys! Let's finish this.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant!
Alright, what are you up to? Good morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Oji! Been back to the pool yet?
Oh no, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one! Oh, don't think I can top that!
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Can you please stop with the dramatic pauses?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Uh-oh. He's gonna force us to confess! He's gonna force Lana to confess! What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
God, Gant!
No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Advise your client to keep her trap shut. She's not listening to us anymore! She's gone rogue!
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening!
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Oh! Yes! Edgeworth! Go, Edgeworth, go! Go, Edgeworth, go!
1 moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Oh, come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
Get him, Edgeworth! Get him, Edgeworth! Get him, Edgeworth! Get him!
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
Yeah! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! I need to calm down. I need to calm down.
What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Well, not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hear her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Yes! 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 Edgeworth, go! You're the best! I had to get that out of my system. I had to get that out of my system.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
It looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Hang on, I just got popcorn! I just got popcorn for this! Yes! Not that I can enjoy it, I have to be the one entertaining you guys. I'll save the popcorn for later. But boy, if there was ever a popcorn munching turn of events, this would be it. Alright, here we go!
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast! No one can resist Edgeworth. No one.
Now then, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
Witness testimony 2 years ago. Here we go.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Okay, hang on. Let's take a close look at this. There's the knife. That doesn't look like the spear. I think that is in fact the sword from the statue. I think I was right on that. I think this is the sword from the statue. I'm pretty sure. I just wanted to verify that before we moved on.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
Oh, I got a highlighted message real quick from Spiral Power. Quick question: What is your favorite video game OST?
Ooh, that's a tough one, because there are so many that I like.
Oh, there's so many that I like. I love Kingdom Hearts. I love the Persona soundtracks. I love Sonic the Hedgehog music. I've really been digging the music from this game. I'm probably gonna go and find the soundtrack for this as well. Oh gosh, golly. If we're going all-time favorite soundtrack, I gotta go with Sonic Mania. I've got to go with the Sonic Mania soundtrack. It has the classics. It has
the remixes. It has all new tracks. I am 100% in love with the Press Garden the music from Press Garden Zone is like one of my favorite things to ever come out of a Sonic game. So yeah, I'm going Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania is probably my all-time favorite video game soundtrack, but I will say Persona 4 is probably in second place. Because though there are so many bangers on the Persona 4 soundtrack, it's so good. In fact, I want to do covers of of some of the songs from Persona. Specifically, I'd love to do a cover of Reach Out to the Truth. Mass Destruction would be wild to do if I could find somebody to do the rap part. And of course, Persona 5. You gotta do Last Surprise, Behind the Mask, all that stuff. I really want to do covers of those. I need to work on my singing voice a little bit before I'm confident enough to post those. But yes, I would absolutely love to do that. But there we go. There we go. Those are my favorite. And I guess if we're looking for a third spot, Kingdom Hearts is I pretty much had that entire OST on loop from 1 and 2 on loop all throughout my college years. It's very formative. Ow! Thank you for the snackies. Sonic Generations. Sonic Generations was good too. The Sky Sanctuary Modern Mix was really beautiful. I really liked the Chemical Plant remix from that too. That was one of my favorite remixes for a while. No More Heroes 2. I have not played any of the No More Heroes games. I want to though. They look like bananas. They look totally bananas and super fun. If I can find a way to do that, I will probably check it out at some point. That OST is a banger. You know what? I'll go look it up after the stream today. I'll look it up after the stream. I'm looking for new stuff to put on while I'm working on videos and stuff. But this judge is staring at me really angrily right now, so I better get back to the game.
What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Alright, 2 years ago. Let's see what we got. I was waiting in my sister's office. A man came in. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, and just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out?
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim.
Well, let's hear more.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes. I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
Oh no, I don't think it was lost at all, Emma. I don't think it was lost at all. Objection!
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy! All I'm saying is that
Thank you! Thank you, Stumpy!
All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
that may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What is this? Yes. What is that?
Hey! That's it! That's totally the picture I drew!
In case anyone had any doubts that I was using a Valley Girl voice.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge have had access to that list.
Yeah!
Edgeworth's like, look here, you little shit, I'm trying to help you. These lists, they're completely different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? Order! Order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
Oh, you're right, Mr. Wright. Your eyes are bulging from your head.
Well, that's rude. That's just how my eyes normally look. I have big eyes. Get over it! If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Did you guys... You guys didn't... Y'all didn't even think to look on the back? Really? Really, guys? Really? Really? I can't deal with these. I can't deal with these lawyers.
Yes, that is quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth? It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? Look at that face! That face says everything! Everyone assumed the other was doodling. Yeah. I freaking love it when Edgeworth loses his composure. It's so fun.
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing!
What? That's the blue badger! Why is the blue badger here?
That's that thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room! Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
No, the badger was the killer. That doesn't make sense! Okay, well, never mind.
Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, Yes, sir. Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture.
You think his wobbly arm... Wait, did we ever find out how old that blue badger statue was? That blue badger thing was? Ugh, excuse me, I need to drink some water. Did we ever find out how old that statue was? I was under the impression that it was something that that Gumshoe threw together, like, recently. I guess we'll find out.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Here we go. That's the picture. Flash of light. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Hang on, I need to check something. That's Goodman's report. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung, a knife tip. That didn't look like there was a tip. The knife was already... You're right! The knife was already broken! Yeah, no, you're totally right. I think this is it. Objection! I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday!
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
The tip of the knife! The tip of the knife!
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here! Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence! See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too!
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken!
Ah! What is the meaning of this?
Well,
perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. Order! Order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one?
Oh yeah! Oh yeah, there is! Oh yeah, there is!
If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please, feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Y'all, I am so proud that I figured this out on my own. I am so proud that I figured this out on my own. I was so right. And yes, that is right with a W.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture!
This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award!
Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be!
Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutor award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed!
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall!
Ah!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died!
That's true.
What is going on here?
Okay, I'm lost now. Now I'm lost. Now I don't know what's going on.
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait! I remember now! I remember everything!
Zooming in on the knife, it looks like a spear tip. The handle looks like it fits over a shaft. Stumpy, you may have been right. It may have actually been the spear.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside of me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony.
What does it mean? What does the blue badger mean?
Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed towards the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Rotated as...
Oh. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible! The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin.
Stop, please!
Don't pursue this any further!
Lana!
What is the meaning of this? Please, remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this! I have already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Oh no! Oh no! Emma really did kill him! Oh no! Emma really did kill him! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, this is awful. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked. I think I knocked him away. There was another flash of lightning. The blue badger. No, I think I know what it was. I don't think it was the blue badger at all. I'm gonna hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate real quick. I'm really sad. I know what it was. I know what it was. I'm hydrating again. I'm hydrating again. I'm gonna hydrate with tea this time. Oh no. Emma. I'm so sorry. Objection! I'm gonna hydrate. Thank you, Spiral. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of a jar.
But, Mr. Wright, it doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now,
It's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from.
Would that be it? Oh, I think I goofed it. That's not right! I gotta make it look more like the badger. I screwed up.
Allow me to remind the defense this case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shapes the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim.
I gotta find just the right angle. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it!
It's pointing to the left.
Oh, I see. Wait, no, I think I had it. Take that, proceeds to be dead wrong. Yeah, it's fine. What if I... I hate puzzles. I hate puzzles with a passion. All the way upside down. No, that's not it. That's not it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I can't lose it here. Ah! Damn it. Why am I so bad at this? Well, at least it's not taking points away from me. Like this? Maybe? That looks about right, doesn't it? What do y'all think? Does that look correct? Or maybe it's the other way around. Okay, well I can't get it to where it's... Ah! No, I think I had it right before. Oh man. I think this is it. I think this is correct. Isn't it? Is it correct? No, that's not it. Damn it! Okay, yes, I know. Okay, so it wasn't that. How the hell is this thing supposed to look? I was pretty sure that was it. I hate rotating puzzles! Take that, proceeds to be dead wrong. Stop saying that! Stop saying that! I don't do well under pressure! Okay. I'm figuring it out. No, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Emma's going to jail. No, she's not. I'll fix it. Oh, okay. I was actually close. It's like super finicky and super precise. But
but I just need to do it just a little further down. Like that. I think that's it. There we go. We got it. We got it. I had it. I had it. I was just a little bit off. It was just a teensy bit off. That is the stupidest puzzle I've ever seen in my entire life. That is ridiculously stupid. Whatever, we're going with it. This is fine. That's how? Yes! Apparently, that's how. Well, is this a miracle or what? It would be more of a miracle if your co-counsel wasn't such an idiot, right? AKA me. Ba-bum! There it is. Apparently that works. I will deny until my dying day, but there you go. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger! What? No. It can't be!
Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually fit. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance.
And enjoyed SGG fumbling about with a puzzle that a child could figure out.
One question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a job. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? It would be the location, right? Because that jar was in the evidence. That jar was in the evidence room, so the location was different. Right? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Move the body. That's what happened. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Yep. Implying nothing. I'm flat out saying it. Yep, she sure is. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on...
Stumpy, you totally called it. How do you keep doing that? You totally called it, sir. You totally called it. It was the spear.
If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf that jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea. But nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh God! Oh no!
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Emma, sweetheart, you poor thing.
I'm genuinely upset right now. I'm genuinely upset. Oh God, Emma.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So, it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
Oh, and now Lana's gonna be upset too now.
What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall!
How can you not think it was Emma? How can you dare try to pin this crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth,
The voice is changing. I'm so distraught. The voice is changing.
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone here believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this without evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work.
In this case, both parties involved in the incident are dead.
And we certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
Oh my god! Are we gonna do the Danganronpa thing? Are we doing the Danganronpa thing from the first trial? 11037? Is it this thing again? If y'all have no idea what I'm talking about, go watch Danganronpa.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
Got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim has left behind.
Technically, Danganronpa was doing the Phoenix Wright thing. You're totally right. I give credit where credit is due. Danganronpa spoofed this. This came first. It's in the evidence. I think I know where. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
There's only one thing that I can think of. Where else would a dying message be? This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Is he just going to speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
An accident is not a murder, although in this Looney Tunes world, maybe it is. I mean, accidental manslaughter is still manslaughter. It may not have as severe a sentence, but it's still a crime. If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Oh, yes. There's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines.
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar when the lines changed directions.
Precisely so.
All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message does the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect the dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name.
Oh, no. I see.
I see what I have to do. Emma. I'm sorry, Emma.
I hope I did that correctly. And that it wasn't like another friggin' thing that I screwed up on.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma.
So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
was Emma Skye.
Oh, God. Shut up, Gant!
Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case. Were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer! That's undeniable! Leave our boyfriend alone!
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We are merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office?
They might have sent an innocent man to his death.
How could he just stand there like it was his fault?
Order! Order! Order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows.
Well, I think we're gonna wrap it up here for today. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and until next time. No. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. I'm not that mean. I'm not that mean. I'm not gonna rest well tonight unless I know Emma is safe. And I'm not gonna rest tonight until I know Edgeworth is gonna be okay. Alright. For reals this time. Let's finish this thing. No breaks, let's just dive right in. Don't overdo it. I'm good, man. I'm good. I got my tea. My throat's fine. Ooh, that is really good tea, though. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm good. I'll just be really, really quiet tomorrow. My session's not until Tuesday, so I should be all right.
February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Yeah, we kinda screwed up there, didn't we?
Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
And in grabs Gumshoe.
Hey, hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Aww.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
Hey, you got a lot of nerve, pal! Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals.
This seems really familiar.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again?
Well, let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give this to you, if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law. I mean, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket.
It doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skies found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal!
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body.
We're about to bring down the entire judicial system.
Anarchy!
I think that's actually what ends up happening in later games, but I don't know about that yet. I haven't looked that far ahead. I just heard things. I've heard things.
This franchise goes some really bonkers places. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to put this to an end. All right, this is it. February 25th, 1252, District Court Courtroom number 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Why did you bow to that? It's just like, yeah, no, bring it on.
Yes, well, normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, isn't easy to say, but, you see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. Huh? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I did not say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing! Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. That particular line, I'm sure, has been used in other ways. I'm sure.
Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. This mofo! Damon Gant! Damon Gant! The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand!
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
He has everything to do with this. As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Here we go.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation!
He has the hardest time getting his witnesses to cooperate with him.
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant.
I am the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it has been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
Here we go.
The SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Oh, you had everything to do with that forgery, sir. Hello, the Hot Bridge! Welcome to the chat! Great to see you! You're just in time for the dramatic conclusion of this trial! Strap in, my friend. You're in for a good one. I've always wanted to play this game. Well, yeah, dude, this is the first time I've ever played this game. I have not touched this game, and I absolutely adore it. I super adore it. Dramatic conclusion, let's go! Strap in, kids!
Is that when Doc was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor, unconscious.
Yeesh.
When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast.
The knight did it. Yeah, kind of.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. She had already arranged the crime scene. I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Okay. Then can you explain why a piece of this jar was found in your safe, sir? If you had nothing to do with it, there should be no reason for it to be there, right? Objection!
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant! What is the meaning of this?
Here is a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery?
Who? Me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right? Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. He's playing the strongest trick in the trial. He's doing the Uno reverse thing. Oh no! I hate this guy.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office.
So wait, your defense is that everyone besides you was on a conspiracy that happened in your office. My man, that does not hold water.
And their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Alright.
Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Gant's defense. No, you. No. You know what this is? This is, I'm gonna have to post that to the server again. That freaking objection! Nuh-uh! The fuck you mean, nuh-uh? That's what this whole exchange is reminding me of, that animation. It's so good. It's so good.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, you know.
Alright, Oji. In return, though.
I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? What is it? What is this? I don't want to know. Evidence and forgery. The judge is super sus. Yeah, no, the judge is hella sus. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. You can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, there's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Yeah, except it would. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least,
There is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware.
What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have as Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, now that is a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 mainly sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. Is out in the open now.
Oji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you had better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That is how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. That is a good one, Worthy!
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? No, he would have. He would have. Because Lana was his partner, right? True, you might not help anyone out for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I meant!
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
It's gotta be Lana. It's gotta be Lana.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
He means blackmail. After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this? he would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
God damn it, Judge.
Oh, wait, you must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
How did any of these people survive law school? I mean, how did any of these people... it's fine. It's fine. Admit it, Chief! Admit it, Chief! You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence! Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her!
Right, oh my boy, you have quite the imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I have done such a thing?
Lana... She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency! To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder! That's impossible!
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. Oh, way to pass the buck! Way to pass the freaking buck, Phoenix! I mean, it doesn't really matter. Our boyfriend's already in hot water. Why not make it hotter?
It's too late, Mr. Wright. Huh? There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
He didn't throw Edgeworth under the bus. Phoenix drove that bus over him. Yeah, but no, he's cool with it. He's cool with it. That's just how these guys operate. I think it's unclear. I mean, it's very clear, but Capcom is too cowardly to say it outright.
I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
There's only one ID number on this ID card record that has not been accounted for. 7 sevens is our lucky number.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Hot Bridge. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for being a fellow geek.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant! You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime!
Order! Order! Chief Gant! What do you have to say?
Oh, he's pissed! He's pissed! We're getting to him!
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of the regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law.
We threw Edgeworth under the bus. He drove the freaking dump truck over us.
Ouch! But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
What about it? I am chief of police. Whether it is the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do to the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman!
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
I got it right here. Submitted on 2/21. This proves it. Out, T! T fell on my... Edgeworth, I will object the judge. Object everything. Object it all. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate,
Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to have given that report to the Chief of Police.
yet you were in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took his form to you, Chief Gant. And then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him.
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier.
If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body!
Whoa! He just turned into a Dragon Ball Z character for a second! Did y'all see that?
Chief Gant! You didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime. For no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. He went beyond Super Saiyan! He went super guilty! I love it! I love it! Bravo! Bravo, Hot Bridge! I love it! That's so good!
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office.
I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue, just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence!
Hello, Orange Moon! Orange Moon 2410! Welcome to the chat! Great to have you here! You're just in time for the dramatic finale of Phoenix Wright! Strap in! We're having a great time and really bad accents. 2 words, Mike Meekins. You missed Meekins. And thankfully you missed his god-awful megaphone that nearly killed my eardrums. You missed that fun part already. To move the victim's body, there's really only one thing we haven't used yet. This is the only thing that we haven't brought forward. I'm going for it. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because... I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here, in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to.
You mean I...
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car!
You mean the bit where it goes, and I quote, "Whoa."
Yeah, it's...
Oh boy, that was...
So something y'all don't know about me, I have tinnitus, so that noise in particular was really, really terrible for me.
What are the odds? Edgeworth, you did the murder! Someone resurrect Von Karma! No! Von Karma needs to stay dead! He was an asshole! Edgeworth, you're an accessory to murder! No! No! Why does our boyfriend keep getting into these shenanigans? Oh, this is popping off. This is popping off so hard. I love it. I love it! At this point, Hot Fridge, I think we're gonna be an accessory to a murder. At this point, yeah, probably. I have tinnitus. Ah, so you know my pain, Hot Fridge. It's not a fun time, is it? I feel for you, my friend.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car!
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief? Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lotta Sky!
Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk! Chief Gant, please, say something! I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Raito, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet!
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify? I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked! There are certain risks to be considered! So you're just going to run away after all this? Run away. Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor?
Do you have any concrete proof?
I'm just reading some of y'all's comments. Gant's all like, nah, I'm done with this. I'm out. Peace.
I'm going to a Waffle House. I'm good. Bye.
Gant pulls out a Glock. Your time is up, right though? No, you can't bring a gun into a court of law. Or maybe you can in Phoenix Rightland. I don't know. The rules of law do not apply in this place.
Do you have concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodwin and made Miss Sky dispose of his body?
Do I have concrete proof? I'll say it again, Mr. Judge. He's German and a murderer.
I was going for Russian, but that's fine. I guess we'll go with German. I thought he was going for Russian.
I don't, unfortunately, I don't have any proof yet.
It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
You'll see, OG. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, OG, I'll leave the rest to you.
Bro's gonna get some beater shits.
He's not. He was supposed to be Russian. He was supposed to be Russian, not German.
I guess they're both stereotypically evil accents, so whatever, I guess it's fine.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth? What do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth? Another witness?
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today.
I like to imagine that Edgeworth was waiting for somebody to say lady just so he could say that line. He would be just catty enough to do that.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
What now?
Huh?
Oh, God! Just go away!
Chief Gant! I thought you were going to eat!
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you'll need me to tell you this, But if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good! Of course, you would never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
Gant, my dude, my guy, you're literally threatening a witness in court. My dude, my guy, my bud, my brother in Christ, what are you doing? Anything goes in this kangaroo court. Your Gant reminds me so much of Allegra Clark's Marissa. I'm sorry, the reference is lost on me. And I tried to drink from a cup that had a lid on it. Hang on. SGG doesn't do lids very well. All right. Yeah, no, this whole justice system is I get the feeling that these games were written by somebody who had a law textbook next to them. But they didn't really flip it open. They didn't really study it. They just flipped it open to a random page and they're like, ooh, illegal evidence. That sounds good. Oh, hey, what about this? This sounds good too. Let's go with that. More Ace Attorney? Yeah, hey, Hyper. Good to see you, man. We're coming to the conclusion of the first game. So strap in, man. We're almost home free, maybe. They breathed in the fumes of a law. They breathed in the fumes of a law book, and we're like, let's make a lawyer game. No, and then they one-upped it and said, no, we'll make a lawyer game, but let's make the two lawyers super gay for each other and not tell anyone. It's fine. It'll sell great. February 25th, 2:04 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 2.
Looks like we've managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe!
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Don't worry. I already decided where to work now. At your office!
My office?
Sure! I'll take the place of that top manicure you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again! How is it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
A very threatening, I'm going to work for you. Well, he sounded angry. I was just going off of the sprite animation. They breathed in the fumes, got out their fanfics, and were like, Capcom, we have an idea for a a game!
Risks? What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
he forfeits his right to say anything to... Oh, what?
Emma! Are you okay?
Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on.
Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she's changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey! Don't you go blaming yourself now! If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal!
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, right? It's time to end this.
To be continued. How long is this thing? I thought, whatever. We're going. We're going on. It's fine. I am gonna take a quick hydration break, though. So Hot Fridge, you were joking about Gumshoe PI adventures being a thing. As I understand it, there is actually a spin-off series that focuses on Miles Edgeworth, and his investigations. And Gumshoe is part of your team. If I can find a way to play those, I will most absolutely play those on the stream at some point. If I can find a way to get it to work. They are, one, they're DS games, and two, they're kind of hard to find. I have to do a relation. But I 100% intend on playing the Ace Attorney Investigation series. Because I am deeply in love with all these characters. Not Gant, obviously. Gant's a jerkwad. He can go jump off a pier for all I care. But yeah, no, I want to play the Ace Attorney Investigation games. If I can find a way to do that, I'm gonna make it happen. Alright. For hopefully what is the last time. Let's finish this. I've been saying this all day, but we're doing it for real this time. Let's finish this. February 25th, 2:21 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. It's go time, baby.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth,
You already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she is really screaming in agony.
Yeah. This is no time to start second-guessing myself.
Gumshoe Adventures Electric Boogaloo.
I love it. I love it. It's so good.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
All right, here we go. I worked alongside Gant for years. That's fine. No truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Hold it! You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor's award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What?
But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident! That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I will never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Doc?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Doc was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down! She's trying to cover up her lie with more lies!
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that?
You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask, for the sake of the others. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Guy moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plans.
Oh, you mean this jar right here? This one right here? Objection!
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction? In my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar!
Order! Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Like it's not actually his blood? It's someone else's blood?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth toward which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Okay, here goes. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
Hello, 22 Boots! Welcome! Welcome to the chat! Great to have you here! You're just in time for the finale of Phoenix Wright, so strap in!
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
All the boots are here! Great to have you here! We're having a lot of fun with your username, friend. It's really good.
Alright, I immediately noticed the blood traces. It was dark in the room, to be safe. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all.
Except you did not. Objection!
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you weren't aware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But The witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes. Which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you!
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jaw was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jaw. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Doc downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jaw?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No!
Meanwhile, Chief Gansett chilling at the Waffle House. He's like,
What? Huh?
I knew it. Gant said earlier he was with Marshall when the lights went out. They didn't go off until Marshall and Dark were in the room. Oh! Good catch. Good catch.
Wait! I'm not the one on trial here! Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witnesses. He proceeded to break the jaw and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Doc, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own!
Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief! I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake!
No, you didn't! It wasn't you, Emma! You didn't kill anyone! Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says! Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients!
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
excuse me! Excuse me, when did this become Roast Phoenix Right Hour? I'm trying to save your ass here!
Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Why everyone was like, F you, Phoenix. They do that a lot in this game, but that seemed like not, that seemed a little unwarranted.
Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, Wright?
So, you do tell foul lies in, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more.
But
if evidence was fabricated behind your back,
then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Sky, if you will! I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
I'm hydrating. Thank you very much, Talking Rake.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time.
All right, guys, this is it.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all was really a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
It's in the book. It's in the evidence law book. I don't know why it's got a little chicky, but it's cute. It's very cute. Open it up. There it is! Hey, what's up, Thomas the Bad? Welcome. You're just in time for the finale of Phoenix Wright. Strap in, man. We're almost home free.
Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Lana's picture has been added to the court record. This is it.
Mr. Wright? That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer!
Uh-oh. Hearing your voice is like listening to an anime. I mean, dude, I am an anime voice actress. What you see is what you get. This is what makes me the money. Not great money, but money regardless. But thank you, I will take that as a compliment. Means I'm doing my job correctly.
Those fingerprints. They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's...
Bruh! Go away! This guy sucks! He's bad and he's back! Here I come to ruin your day! Again! For the 5th time?
Come now, OG. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant! What? Now do you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? Do you think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
Edgeworth would absolutely be your rules lawyer. I mean, come on.
What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
He turned Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan guilty again!
Yes, that's true. Wait! You mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I know what he's talking about. I know what he's talking about.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
It leaves plenty of room for doubt. No, I can't. I can't do it. I can't put Emma through that.
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe! I know you took what was inside! The conclusive evidence!
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh! Remember, defense attorneys tell lies.
Mr. Wright,
Why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That is why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? Well, that means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence! This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department!
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Raito. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her!
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Daw convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging with evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go ahead and wipe the blood off all of the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Raito. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
I'm ready for this 4D chess move Gant's try to pull. Oh boy, this is not a good. This is not a good.
So, you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Raito. You should have shown it then, before it was too late.
It's been a long battle.
But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine.
Alright. You want evidence? Why the pink hair? Oh, you mean on my model? Because I've always wanted pink hair in real life and I'm too much of a coward to do it myself, so my VTuber's getting it.
I think it's quite cute.
Don't mess up, SGG. Alright, you want evidence? You want evidence, big boy? I'll give you evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Here we go.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes, at last. You finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
You're as slow as the uptake is ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so.
Uh-oh. There we go. We're good. Minor scuff. Everything's fine.
Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is Emma Sky.
Emma? Emma Sky?
What?
They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
You're really something, Raito! You knew this girl did it all along! And you still try to pin the murder on me! So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet. I said this trial isn't over yet.
But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too.
You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense.
I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy! What's the matter? Kid, got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Skye, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
It's fake leather. Let him have it. I've got you now.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Oh, you got an ad. Uh-oh. All right, hang on. Taking a pause until the ads are over. Quick ad break. It usually tells me when the ads are. No, we're not gonna shit talk to people who have ads. They give me money. Okay, we're back? Alright. Back to it.
It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
But that piece of cloth
Is bone dry.
Wait. There's no blood on it.
Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However,
Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time!
No! This is nonsense!
now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword!
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, Said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer!
It's finally all over.
Give me a break!
My voice cannot take any more yells like that, guys. Come on.
Oh, that was close, Rachel! Oh, you almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect! Remember, G? Earlier, Alrighto here concealed that piece of cloth! So then, what's your excuse, Raito? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair!
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son! I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
All according to Keikaku! What is this master plan of yours, sir?
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Aha! So, the evidence is illegal!
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, G! Don't you listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward! You can't really believe! There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now.
Let's review, shall we?
Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I think this speaks for itself, don't you? Gant, you're through. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago. No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence.
Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. Thank you for the victory, Duck. There's only one person who that could be. David Gant! The killer was you!
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day. Yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodwin.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me! Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it off. I was worrying so much about the floor. I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
Yes, Edgeworth is British now. Edgeworth is very British. He has been British, but I just didn't realize it until much later when someone pointed out to me, you know he's super British, right? Well, I can do a British accent.
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
He totally broke Edgeworth's car on purpose. I love that that's what Edgeworth gets bent out of shape about. It's just like,
You just killed me. You just killed a man and tried to frame an innocent girl for murder.
but then you had the nerve to break my bloody car! Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments and the glove.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Now that I have established that Edgeworth is super British, I would love to see him go on a tirade with just all the British cuss words in it. I would love to see that. I would love to see that.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well.
much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
You leave Edgeworth alone, you bastard! Pulling the we're the same card now, he's a supervillain. Oh yeah, he is so a supervillain. In any other anime, he would be the final boss. Well, I guess he was kind of the final boss here too, but you know what I mean. This was technically supposed to be a DLC, so...
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Oji.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Oji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Oh, she smiles! She smiles at last! She smiles at last!
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing.
You freaking tsundere! Get out of here! Get out of here with that tsundere shit! Come on now! Come on now! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you for the applause, Hot Fridge! Appreciate it! Liar! Sunworth!
Sinwarf supremacy! And Phoenix is so like, whatever, dude. I saw you freaking the fuck out earlier. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Right to victory. Oh, so he gets all the credit. Okay, not us. Not us. We weren't the ones who busted our ass. Edgeworth gets all the credit. Okay, I see how it is. Okay. That's how it's gonna be, Miss Guy? That's how you gonna do me? I thought we were friends. I thought we were cool. But no. You gotta go give all the credit to my boyfriend. I mean, ma'am. I may be misinterpreting that, but that's fine. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. He's your senior. Sinwarf gets a gold medal. Phoenix gets the consolation prize. Ain't that how this relationship always works? You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. He is such a somebody! He hates being praised! Yes! Yes! Oh, Lord help me, I'm in love with this man. Oh, God. Do you think Edgeworth... Oh! Do you think Edgeworth tops? Nah. These bitches are switches. That's all I'll say on the matter. Stop praising me in court! Don't play. No, I will not stop. This is lovely. Oh my God, yes. I love it. He's a tsundere. I love it. Oh my God. Okay, I've decided the next plushie I'm gonna make is gonna be Miles. Oh my God. I've decided next plushie's gonna be Miles, and then I immediately need to make a Phoenix. Okay, let's get. Ow! Thank you for the love. Was that an appreciative love, or was that a shut the hell up about gay lawyers love? And regardless, thank you, Stumpy Knights. It's not like I wanted to free you from the allegations, Baka. Oh, this is good. I love it. All right, let's finish this off, shall we?
In light of this case, it seems good self-examining is in order for all of us.
Phoenix and Sinwarf better make out after this. Hell yeah, they should!
Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is, you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
It sure has!
Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky,
not guilty! Let's go!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Oh my God. What a ride. What a wild ass ride. Okay, whoever it was, I don't know if they're still in the chat, but whoever it was that said that this case was one of the best cases, you are 100% correct. Wait, who throws confetti during a case? Oh, don't you know? Gumshoe cuts out all that confetti before the case, just in case of a non-guilty verdict. Do you take commissions? Yes, I do. Hit me up on my Discord after the stream, and I will be happy to discuss something with you. I absolutely take plushie commissions. My commissions are open.
hit me up on my Discord, man. I will happily make something for you. What kind of courthouses do they have here in the Phoenix Wright world? The best kind, my dude. The best kind. February 25th, 5:03 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. At long last, it's finally over! Uh-oh. Hey! Thank you very much for the subscription! Thank you so much for the subscription, Hot Fridge! I really, really appreciate it! Thank you so much! Yay! You're a superstar! You're wonderful! Thank you! Emma? Why the long face? I mean, your sister is still kind of going to jail for murder, but, you know. I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended,
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
you know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Oh, Emma, baby, you did great.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Gumshoe, please.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait! Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, are you? Aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you're calmly here. I've seen happy people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of, you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Yeah, well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis.
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you would look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me!
No. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course.
You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now, you have! Emma.
Oh, yay! Sister reunion.
That's sweet. That's a sweet one. I love that. Valley Girl Sisters forever. Thumbnail? Probably.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up.
Meanwhile, Soonworth is watching this from a distance. It's like,
I wish Phoenix would hold me like that.
I love it. I love it.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Oh, we might get to hug Edgeworth after all.
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here. Wearing a wonderful face. Where was he hiding? I knew it! It's so good!
I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
He was like behind the plant. Absolutely. He was just hanging out behind the plant.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
No! Edgeworth!
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Not only that, I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we are the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I planned to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But, Edgeworth,
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand?
Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone.
Lot of ships Edgeworth too! Lot of ships Edgeworth and Phoenix too!
You were working together with Mr. Right. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Right?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own?
The only thing we haven't presented is the badge, so... Boom!
That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership.
Huh?
Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well.
I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence.
Uh-oh. Did I do it wrong? I guess not. Whatever. I goofed up. I'm sorry. I ruined the Edgeworth route, everyone. I'm sorry.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth?
If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth? What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth. I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
Aww, why you gotta leave on a bummer like that?
I'd better be going too.
Okay, but I'll be by the visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn. And catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
When did you have time to purchase this?
Scientific investigation?
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis! I will!
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, Detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she ain't supposed to be out of jail like this.
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak around for 30 minutes.
And believe me, it weren't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, detective! I didn't know you had a wild side!
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Right here is the one who'll be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Thank you, Mr. Wright! You're the best!
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Oh, hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea! Come on, guys, let's go!
All right, we did it! We did it! Oh my god. Oh god, there's more.
I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of her. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top corridor. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
It always ends up with Phoenix not having any money left. All right, let's see what the end cards are. Ooh, and dinner just got delivered to me. Fantastic.
Yikes! I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easy.
Aw, I'm glad Gumshoe's okay. I'm glad Gumshoe's okay. I am worried about Edgeworth, though. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about Edgeworth. Soonworth was his final thought. Yes, I love that! I love that that was the last thought! Oh god, hi Meekins.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him, though! Someday, I'm gonna make detective!
Ah, God! You really had to do that one last time!
You absolute jerk! God damn it! Ow! Stupid freaking. Alright. Any more? Yep, womp womp indeed. Hello, Blue Badger. Just for me. Just for me. One last kick in my head. Oh no! Blue Badger! Oh, we knew it couldn't last. We knew he couldn't last. Oh man. Wow, this has been a blast. I can't believe this was DLC. Oh, hi Marshall.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. Seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
It looks just like a sea monkey. Yeah, Meekins came back just for me. Oh, goody. I'm so glad. Hi, Angel.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The right way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
All right. Well, this leaves me with a question that I will pose to you guys in just a moment. Hi, Judge.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again?
Mr. Left? But anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be. Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
Oh, so that's what he has a gamer chair. The judge has a gamer chair. What about Edgeworth though? Well, I mean, I guess we got to hear from Emma too. But what about Edgeworth though? What game is next? That is an excellent question. Maya!
Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection! Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon train's about to begin.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick!
I'm so glad they brought Maya in at the end. I miss her. She's a good little investigator friend. She's fantastic. I had to quickly get my Maya voice back. Yeah, the judge has a DX racer chair. Very good, very good. Oh?
Where's Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, it's the bellboy.
Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Edgeworth, what have you done? Edgeworth, where are you? I like all the cocaine. It's fingerprint dust. It's fingerprint dust. It's not the other thing. Has Edgeworth gone away?
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Thank you so much for everything.
I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Oh, we have to actually open the book. Oh, that's good. Oh, and we get a picture of the little ones. Oh, look at that! Oh, that's so sweet. That is so sweet. Rise from the Ashes, clear episode 5. We did it, guys. Then that is that for the first game. Unless there's a stinger at the end here. Oh, nope, no stinger. All right, well, for now, Super Geek Girl has played Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, but this is a trilogy. So, I am going to leave it to you guys to determine what we do next. We can either keep going straight into the next game, starting with my next voice acting stream on Sunday. We can either jump right into Justice for All, or we can try something different. A while back, I played Danganronpa, and I do have Danganronpa 2, so we could start that up, or we could start up something completely new. So I'm gonna put up a poll on my social media accounts. My social media accounts are down there below. Super Geek Girl on Discord, SGG Discord's on Discord, Super Geek Girl 214 on YouTube, and Super Geek Girl on Twitter. I'll be putting a poll up. You guys can vote for what you would prefer to see next. If you would rather continue with Phoenix Wright or Danganronpa 2, a couple people really loving Danganronpa 2. Okay, so I will leave that to you guys to decide. I'll leave the poll up for a couple of days on my socials, and I'll be posting them, and whatever gets the most votes will be what we do next. As far as my next stream, you can catch me again on Tuesday, starting at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time for Baldur's Gate 3. We should be finishing up Act 1. There's a few loose ends I need to tie up in Act 1 before we move on to Act 2. And maybe Smexy times with our party members. I don't know. Perhaps we'll see. We'll see what I can get away with on Twitch. And then on Thursday, we return to Elden Ring, starting at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Last week, obviously, we took off for my VTuber debut stream. So we'll be back to Elden Ring and on our way to Nokrum, probably, if I don't get lost, which is a distinct possibility. And then we'll be back to SGG Voice Acts on Sunday with whatever you guys decide is next. And if you guys did miss any of this stream, I have a second YouTube channel, SGGPlays VODs. The full unedited version of this stream will go up tomorrow on that channel as well. So if you guys missed any of it from the beginning, you can catch from the start at some point tomorrow. It depends on how fast my internet is. But there you go. That's it for now, guys. Until then, SGG has played... let me just switch to just chatting here. There we go. All right. That's it for now. Remember to listen to No More Heroes too. I will definitely check out that. I'll definitely check that out. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Hope you guys all had a great time. I had an absolute blast. I'm going to rest my throat up for my my voice acting session on Tuesday, which hopefully I'll be able to tell you guys about really soon. But there you go. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and until next time, stay super, everybody. I will catch y'all later. So long!